It's a first-time starter, but this one in the 8, I really like Equinedge's gross strength ratio numbers. Their percentage is really good for first-time starters. In the 7th race, I went 110, which is it is a allowance. This is the allowance race. Hey Olivia out, big scratch with the 6, and the 12's out, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make
6
sure.
to 12.
I kind of got that one late. So I want 110 in here. So the rail is little sister Sue. This one is trained by Gennaro. Felix is aboard, and this horse is moving from Turfway, has ran in Indiana. I don't think showed us the best, but does have some second place finishes in July that looked really good and a claiming for 30. And then let's go all the way to the 10, which is Elegant Justice. We learned yesterday, don't leave out the Justice trainees. Justice Breads, Aaron West, who's had a good start to his meet as well, and Sammy Bermudez. This horse has really has lit up the board in all of its starts. So even for the Super in its last race, has early lick to it and is adding Lasix. And then in the 8th race, we've got another maiden. So this is such an interesting maiden. You could talk about a lot of these. The 11th, Louis Contreras is aboard for Klopp, and he's first-time Lasix. They've had good training together. Here it says that the last 3 that they've ridden together have been winners, so all of the horses that Louis ran for him, but I have to check if that's up to date. A sharp work on April 15th, and then the 16th conference calling draws in, right?
Yep.
Okay, just triple checking.
Correct.
There's a lot to look at this one. I mean, he ran here last year, was never worse than 3rd, had a good speed rating last time out, also has early speed, adding Lasix. There's a lot of upside for conference calling.
Ramos.
However, yes, Ann Ramos is aboard for 10. Good connections. However, far outside in this field. I mean, the 6 is out and the 7 is out, 13 and 14. But still, he's going to be on the far outside, so it'll be interesting. That's why I added the 11 for some assurance. My ticket is $48. It's a $1 minimum now. And the Pick 4 is sponsored by Indiana Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. The end. I'm done. I want to make
sure you were done with the pose.
I wrapped that up, and now you have a couple minutes to talk about the last couple things.
And don't forget yesterday, again, that $1 iToba late pick 4 paid $6,156. So don't sleep on those pick 4s here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Speaking of 2025, cheers to our big sponsors. This year, Brown Foreman, also Breed Development, Murphy Trailer Sales. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them on your rotary phone at 765-361-8803.
Do kids even know what that symbol is anymore?
And Hubler Ford. Check out those terrific Ford trucks parked right here on the apron at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Indiana's giant Hubler Ford, Shelbyville, Franklin locations. Drive Hubler.com. Quick commercial break of this Wednesday edition, Hump Day edition of Wire to Wire. When the program returns, we'll be joined by Brian Aragoni with his thoughts about the 50-cent early pick 5. Back with more from Horseshoe Indianapolis, Wire to Wire, right after this.
We're done. Have fun. Goodbye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com. 26 minutes away from kicking off Hump Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got an excellent card for you. A couple of changes, but thankfully the racing office is off to an excellent start, picking up right where they left off last week, as we've had some full races. In fact, we're going to dust off the old Saddlecloth 16 today later on in the card. So thankful that the entry box has been plush so far, because we did have a couple of changes throughout the card, but not many are in the early portion of the card, and we're thankful to kick it off with an 8-horse field on a fast main track. We'll be on the fast track throughout, barring any unexpected rain showers. 6 furlongs going to be the distance, and I'm going to try and beat 2 favorites in here, both the 3 and the 4, Molly's Potion. If you're going to beat a horse like Molly's Potion or Shanghai Express in their 2025 debut, maybe the time to do it. Molly's Potion is a 3-year-old who takes on older very early on in the season, at least in my opinion, but a horse who showed a ton of talent, won on debut last year, won the $100,000 Indiana Stallion handicap as well, and I think this is a horse that's got unlimited upside, but I don't like 3-year-olds taking on older this early in the year, especially off of a long layoff. I do believe this is likely to be a starting point versus one that's fully cranked and ready to go at first asking. So I'm going to take your A and B horses. Do note this is a stab in here that in my first leg, going to go 2, 6, 7, and 8. We're going to try and beat both your first choice and your second choice in this race. Shanghai Express and Molly's Potion not on the ticket, but maybe for you, those might be 2 horses you'd like to key on, but I'm going to try and get a little bit of a price in here, 2, 6, 7, and 8. There's upside for the others with a little bit more recency and a little bit older, taking on the talented younger in Molly's Potion. Race number 2, you heard Rachel and John talking about the $1 pick 4. It's been a hit so far, and another big payout in that pick 4 yesterday. Here's going to be where the single will lie. My guess is Cipriano Contreras likes Finn and Brennan, seeing as he entered in 2 and he kept 1 in. However, I've always got my question marks for horses off of a year-long layoff and leaving a high winning percentage trainer like Brad Cox. What about Big Walt? Tim Eggleston taking over from Wesley Ward. I went back and looked. It looks like Baldassari owned this horse previously and still owns. So they just made the decision to switch from Wesley Ward over to Tim Eggleston. They ran okay at Turfway. I think they do prefer the dirt. The lone win came here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, albeit in the slop. I think Big Walt deserves a long look today and is going to be a single for me, and hopefully unlikely to be a favorite, because I think Friar Newton, along with Finn and Brennan, are going to take some action in here. Those 3 are probably going to be right around 2-1 when it's all said and done. I think you'll have a difficult time separating those 3 in what is the smallest race, or the smallest entries on the card, with 5 going 1 mile, our first 1 mile race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis coming up in the second. Race number 3, we've got horses going 6 furlongs in here. Scratch number 4 and 9, Shirley Ann and Serene Waters. Now, Fairness and Wagering Act, number 4, was my top selection. This is a horse I had on top. Now I'll go 3, 6, 10, and 11 in here. We've got some prices in this spot. Stupendous is 10-1 on that morning line, along with number 6, Perfect Manhattan, 10-1, taking on Winners for the first time for Brittany Vandenberg, and then the 10 Pounds in Town, 20-1 morning line for Gennaro Garcia and Marcelino Pedroza Jr., 2 connections that love to win races. I'll take them at 20-1 all day long, closer to the truth. A race where you certainly want to monitor the board, because many of the favorites did scratch out of that race, so it'll be interesting to see where the money comes in the third race. Race number 4, maiden special weight, and a talented group at that. This is a race that I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. The favorite is the 5. This is a horse that I chased around all summer last year, whether it was under Emma Sanchez or Labra. I followed this horse and I bet a lot of money, and unfortunately, as you can tell, we didn't get a lot of return on our investment. 4 third-place finishes. Today, I'm jumping off. Maybe it's time for you to jump on. However, I was trying to take this horse at 7-1, 8-1, 18-1. I didn't have any success at a high price. Now you're going to give me 4-5 off of a long layoff? Just doesn't feel right. If the horse wins, on paper, he stands out. He's much the best on paper. However, he has had 7 tries. He has run into trouble almost each and every time. If there's a time to beat him, it's likely today. But if there's a time that I can live with him winning, it's when he goes off at 3-5, and I will clap my hands and be the first to congratulate the connections that Zapping Strike exits the maiden ranks, albeit it won't be with me aboard. I think it's interesting the trainer also enters in Midnight Noir, 30-1 morning line off of a long layoff, and gets a high percentage rider. One of our leading riders from last year, Alberto Burgos, is going to be aboard. That has my intrigue, but I'm going to pretty much go all with the exception of the favorite in race number 4, which is a difficult race to feel overly comfortable on taking a stance. I'm going to be heading into race 4, hopefully alive in that early pick 5 and starting off the late pick 5, and I'm not going to have the 3-5 on my ticket. If the horse wins, great, I'll be in that late pick 4. If not, we are off to an excellent start in that late pick 4, and hopefully looking at some decent will pays as we head into race number 5. As another race that we're going to take a little bit of a stand in here, Chemical Reaction. We might be trying to take too much of stands and maybe getting too cute, but Chemical Reaction at 7-5, I've got question marks. This horse didn't run all that great last time out and was off a huge class drop. Now, usually the first big class drop is where they win for fun and look like a complete monster again, or they don't run very well, and then they come back yet again. Now, it's possible that Chemical Reaction just hasn't liked the synthetic, just hasn't liked the turf, and is just much better than this group. But there could be upside with number 3, Cabaret, 20-1 on that morning line. Gets blinkers on today, 0 for 6, and you get a high percentage rider for a trainer that doesn't send many to the racetrack. That always sparks my interest when you've got, Indianapolis Hall of Famer in the future in Marcelino Pedroza Jr. riding for Bob Sturgeon, who doesn't send all that many to the track. There's upside there, along with number 6, Computadora, Claude Brownfield, Joe Ramos calling the shots, 0 for 15. But today could be the day, and another horse who's shown talent in the past, albeit at Belterra Park, could run huge today. 3-6. We'll see if we can beat some favorites along the day. Why not kick off your weekend with some long shots galore? We saw it yesterday with Mr. Lauer bringing home booming at a huge price. We saw more big payouts at late pick 5, returned over $15,000. I think it could be very close to the same today. Many of these heavy favorites are coming in off of long layoffs, and I think they are just getting started in what is a marathon meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 124 days. Not all of them will be ready to run at first asking. We'll find out who is and who isn't 18 minutes from now.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us, track announcer John G. Dooley, on another beautiful day here in the Hoosier State under sunny skies, temperatures in the upper 70s. All main track hard with 9 races on tap. Main track label fast. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening fillies and mares sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s. No changes at the top of the card. No changes in the first sprint of the day. In the second race, over the mile, scratch number 2, Anglican. Scratch number 2. Number 5, Big Walt. The ownership should read Joseph Baldassari. Joseph Baldassari, the principal for the 5, Big Walt. Number 6, Say Magnifique, has also been scratched. Scratch the 2 and the 6 from our first route race of the season. After the mile, third race sprint, scratch number 4, Shirley Ann. And the 9, Serene Waters. Scratch the 4 and number 9. The fourth race, maiden sprint starts, the 50-cent late pick 5. Scratch number 7, Beer Time. No beer time today. Scratch the 7 from the maiden. The fifth race, maiden sprint starts, the $1 Itoba late pick 4. In the fifth race, due at 4:14 p.m., no changes in the maiden sprint, all 10 run. In the sixth race, number 5, Kagsy, make the jockey Andre Zaloa. Andre Zaloa on the 5, Kagsy, scratch 8, Turbo Lady. Number 8, Turbo Lady, has been scratched. After the maiden sprint, race 7, couple of scratches here. Take out the 6, Hey Olivia, and number 12, Don't Miss Out. Scratch the 6 and number 12. Race 8, maiden 3-year-old sprint. Scratch the 6, Army Fever. The 7, Dowie. Take out the 13, Hyperion Bridge. And number 14, Rocadora. Note the 15, Teller's Moonshine, and the 16, Conference Calling, both draw in. The 15 and number 16, both will run. Scratch the 6, 7, 13, and number 14 from the race card. Race 9, closing today with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. Fast track. Very little wind. Number 6, favorite Sandbaggin', a jockey change to L.D. Martinez. Danny Martinez will ride the 6, favorite Sandbaggin', an 8-race maiden. Scratch number 9, Jess Feisty. Noting with that scratch, it's number 11, Corona Coming Through, drawing in. Will break from post position number 9. Number 11, Corona Coming Through, draws in and will break from post position number 9 in the quarter horse maiden. Horses in the walking ring for the opening sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Sunny, warm, fast main track. We'll have the opener due off in 11 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A horse's call postward for the first of the day. Kicking off the card with a Fillies mare sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 8. No changes here at the top of the card on parade. Race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Sunny, Warm, Fast Track. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Less than 2 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Phillies mare sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast Track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Hanalehi with Rafaela. Oscar Villarreal. Tizzy Justice has the rail draw. Santos Zanjor with Comp going in. Tizzy Justice joins. Joe Ramos with No Lack of Charm. Sammy Bermudez with Molly's Potion. Making her 3-year-old seasonal bow, Molly's Potion. Fernanda Letta Cruz with Charming Jazzle. At 6 furlongs with a couple of them back, Evan Roman, Shanghai Express. One more, Luis Contreras with Classic Kitten. Under sunny skies on a warm day, good luck, they're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Comp was sharply away. Molly's Potion toward the inside is going out toward the front, and right there is Shanghai Express in the green cap, and No Lack of Charm coming now with the rail. But for Sammy Bermudez, first run of 2025 for Molly's Potion, who leads here for the run to the half-mile pole from Shanghai Express, and No Lack of Charm, they're second and third. Classic Kitten is running a wide fourth. And then comes Charming Jazzle in between horses with toward the inside Rafael, farther back to Comp after a sharp start. Then Tizzy Justice trails here in the Wednesday opener. The opening quarter for the front-runner Molly's Potion, 22.60 seconds. They have just inside 3 furlongs left. They're aiming for Molly's Potion. Molly's Potion continues to lead, coming toward the quarter pole from on the outside. Shanghai Express now with her bid for Evan Roman as these fillies mares straighten away. Then on the far outside is Classic Kitten, and toward the inside, Rafaela is under pressure. The half mile in 45.52 seconds. It's Molly's Potion. 1 furlong to go. Shanghai Express still pursues Molly's Potion. It's Molly's Potion who just clings on to a short lead. Shanghai Express lifting late. Then further back is Comp, and on the outside, Classic Kitten. They're close to home. Shanghai Express just tracked Molly's Potion down to win by a length and a half. Comp third, and Classic Kitten finished fourth. One 10.33 after the fillies and mares sprint. 110.33. 4-3-6-8 unofficial. Number 4 Shanghai Express. 9-5 first. 3 Molly's Potion at 8-5 was tracked down. 6 Comp at 8-1 third, and 8 Classic Kitten at 28-1 getting into the superfecta. 4-3-6-8 Shanghai Express. This was their seasonal bow. Evan Roman for John Harron. Shanghai Express at 9-5. The second choice starts the early pick 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 4, Shanghai Express with Evan Roman. Shanghai Express is a 5-year-old chestnut mare, bred in Indiana by Unbridled Express, out of Banbury Fair by Banbury Cross for trainer John Harron Thoroughbreds LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Shanghai Express takes out her 5-year-old seasonal bow. Race 1 official. First results in. 4-3 exacta paid $14.40. 50-cent trifecta 4-3-6, $16.65. With Classic Kit in fourth. The 10-cent superfecta 4-3-6-8 paid $18.29. And the Fillies Mares opener, favorite, second. All 8 ran 110.33 at the top of the card. On to race 2 we go. It's 25 minutes away. The first route here early on at the 2025 meet. From the mile, scratch 2 Anglican and the 6 Say Magnifique. No superfecta wagering. No superfecta. Scratch the 2 and the 6. Number 5, Big Walt. The ownership should read Joseph Baldassari. Joseph Baldassari, the ownership of record for number 5. Big Walt in the mile. Exacta trifecta. Double, pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4. Post time 2:44 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment or two, our first race replay of the Fillies Mare Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Shanghai Express. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Comp was sharply away. Molly's Potion toward the inside is going out toward the front, and right there is Shanghai Express in the green cap, and No Like a Charm coming now with the rail. But for Samuel Bermudez, first run of 2025 for Molly's Potion, who leads here for the run to the half-mile pole from Shanghai Express, and No Like a Charm, they're second and third. Classic Kitten is running a wide fourth. And then comes Charming Jazzle in between horses with toward the inside Raphael. Farther back to Comp after a sharp start. Then Tizzy Justice trails here in the Wednesday opener. The opening quarter for the front-runner Molly's Potion, 22.60 seconds. They have just inside 3 furlongs left. They're aiming for Molly's Potion. Molly's Potion continues to lead, coming toward the quarter pole from on the outside. Shanghai Express now with her bid for Evan Roman as these Fillies mares straighten away. Then on the far outside is Classic Kitten, and toward the inside, Rafaela is under pressure. The half mile in 45.52 seconds. It's Molly's Potion. 1 furlong to go. Shanghai Express still pursues Molly's Potion. It's Molly's Potion who just clings on to a short lead. Shanghai Express lifting late. Then further back is Comp, and on the outside, Classic Kitten. They're close to home. Shanghai Express just tracked Molly's Potion down to win by a length and a half. Comp third, and Classic Kitten finish fourth. They're in the gate.
Okay, Randy, it was kind of a sucky winter this year. I mean, we've been running in the winter for what, 4 years now, and this one was kind of bad. Tell us how it was training here in Indiana this winter.
Well, it's the worst winter we've had since we've been open for winter training. It got rough on us. We missed probably 10 days in a row of training. That made it rough when we was going to Turfway. The horse with the pony's Latigo.
Oh, there's Latigo?
Yeah.
I see him. So we're gonna start here on April 15th. What horses should we look out for? Who's been training really well?
I've got about 80% of the horses ready to run.
Yeah.
On opening day. I've got 3 or 4 of our nicest horses going in opening day. Through the winter, we purchased the kid Pataki.
Oh, you did?
Got her.
Pataki.
Got, Cotty Flatter, Latigo, all them for the stake races on the opening day. So hopefully they run well.
Good. I'm bringing Jimmy Mack in this year for all of our Indiana races, so we're excited to get going and get the Indiana breds running. Thanks for talking to us, Randy.
You're welcome.
11 minutes to race 2 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a 3-year-old up claiming for 30. They're going a route of ground mile here at the track. 2 is out, 6 C'est Magnifique is out. So we got a little bit of a shorter field, no superfecta wagering. I'm going to go with the 5 here, 1 to 5 favorite. I thought maybe we could get a little bit of price with the 1, and we are, which is good. Let's hope that holds. Big Walt, though, I think Mitchell Merle's got a couple of good chances for winners. Not going to say he will. I want to jinx my boy, but I think he's got a couple of good shots here today. It's a beautiful day out as well. Mitchell's up for Tim Eggleston here, so here's some upside about Tim specifically in this spot. 20% off the layoff for him, and proven because 6 of his starts have been 3 wins and a second. This horse has early speed. This horse is dropping down a class and is returning to dirt. I think it's got a good shot. This early speed that it showed here on the slop just was wonderful. Now, also showed a little bit there on Pauly. Kind of got to lead, was right off, and then I don't know what happened in that race. But I think that he's going to like getting back here to Indiana where he broke his maiden and get the dirt back under his hooves. Then we'll go to the 7. Friar Newton. Friar Newton is 5-2 here. Evan Roman aboard for Palo Lobo. Evan, nice winner yesterday. And an opener today. Knocked me right off. Evan's riding here for Paulo, like I said, and Paulo is 23% when his horses go all weather to dirt, and it's out of a big number as well, 600 and some. So love that this one's returning to dirt. I also have highlighted his June effort last year at a mile and 16th here, broke the maiden. Another one that's going to I think is going to like getting back here to Indiana dirt. And then to round it out, maybe sweeten it up a little bit. I've got the rail, the 1, which isn't doing too bad here in the first few racing days. I think it's also noted Sippy waived the claiming in here. So he wants to keep this one. That speaks volumes for Sippy because he also co-owns this horse, Finn and Brennan. Santos Sanders up for him. Hasn't really put in a bad race. I mean, even the 5th place finish last November 14th, he was 5th only by a few lengths as the bettor's favor. That was just a tough race. Finally broke the maiden when he claimed this horse off turf. I think this horse will like the turf when we run it, which I'm pretty sure we're good for after Kentucky Derby. We'll be running on grass, but I still think he's going to do well here. 5-7-1 for me here in the second race. We're 8 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses called postword for the second race. This race will be run at 1 mile, a field of 5. Scratch 2 Anglican and 6 Say Magnifique. No superfecta wagering. No superfecta. Scratch 2 and number 6. Number 5, Big Walt. The ownership, Joseph Baldassari. The ownership of record for 5, Big Walt. Exacta trifecta. Double pick 3 starts at the $1 early pick 4. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the mile. Starts the $1 early pick 4. Fast track. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick, Santos Sanjor with Finn and Brennan. Finn and Brennan first in for the mile. Now Speed Institute. Jose Gutierrez claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance, has 2 career wins. Speed Institute has joined Finn and Brennan. Now Andres Aloha with Only Frank Knows coming up. Mitchell Morrill, Big Walt. Loads even money favorite. Big Walt went in well, and one more Friar Newton. Evan Roman riding for the opening double. Big Walt 4-5 favorite. 5-2 Finn and Brennan and Friar Newton. So Big Walt going back in. Now Friar Newton. It's our first round race of the 2025 meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the game. They're off. Big Walt was slow to go. Friar Newton sharply away for Evan Roman. It's Friar Newton straight to the front as they enter the first turn. From toward the inside, Speed Institute with Big Walt, who broke a beat slow. Big Walt now third on the far outside as these leaders go to the back of the track. Then toward the inside, Finn and Brennan running in second to last position. Only Frank Knows trails. Friar Newton leads the mile. It's Friar Newton in front. Mitchell Morrill and Big Walt now second on the outside as they go up the back of the track. Speed Institute is running in third for apprentice Jose Gutierrez. Then detached from the top 3, 7 lengths away with Santos Sanjor, first run since the fairgrounds. 2023 for Finn and Brennan, who remains in fourth. And under the hands of Andres Aloha, Only Frank Knows still trails the quintet. First 2 of 8 furlongs in 24.80 seconds. They go past the half-mile pole. Friar Newton still controls it. Half-mile 47.98 seconds. Big Walt and Speed Institute held up with the rail. 3 furlongs to go. Finn and Brennan racing 6 lengths off this leader. Friar Newton, who's bringing this nicely out in front for Evan Roman, and Only Frank Knows remains last of the 5. Friar Newton in front, leads here by 2 as Finn and Brennan starts a bit on the far outside. Speed Institute, Big Walt 5, but has dropped back, and Only Frank Knows has trailed. Heads are turned for home. 3/4 for Friar Newton, looking to close this out in 1 minute 12.22 seconds with Evan Roman. It's Friar Newton looking sharp and widened to an 8-length lead past the 16th. Friar Newton is full of run home. Friar Newton decisively by 8 from Speed Institute. Finn and Brennan back in third. 136.40 after the mile. 7:31, and then a photo. There was no superfecta wagering featured here on the first mile of the meet. Number 7, Friar Newton. At 8-5 first, 3 Speed Institute, 9-1 second, and 1 Finn and Brennan, 7-2 third for the trifecta. 7-3-1. Friar Newton, Polo Lobo, son of Always Dreaming, Evan Roman takes out the opening double. The judges have posted number 5, Big Walt, at 4-5. The favorite ran fourth in the mile. There was no superfecta. 7-3-1-5. The result of the second race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, 7 Friar Newton with Evan Roman sweeping the double. Friar Newton is a 4-year-old bay gelding bred in Kentucky by Always Dreaming at a summer lead by Summer Squall. Polo Lobo trains for Las Monjitas LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the mile winner, Friar Newton. $7-3 exacta paid $20 even. The 50-cent trifecta, Finn and Brennan third. 7-3-1, 50-cent trifecta, $22.10. The 4-7 opening double for Evan Roma. Shanghai Express to Friar Newton, $14.20. The 2 and 6 were non-runners. Favorite fourth. 5 ran. 136.40 the first mile of the meet. Third race sprint. Scratch number 4, Shirley Ann, and 9, Serene Waters. Scratch the 4 and number 9 from the race card. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be in 24 minutes at 3:19. Meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the game. They're off. Big Walt was slow to go. Friar Newton sharply away for Evan Roman. It's Friar Newton straight to the front as they enter the first turn. From toward the inside, Speed Institute with Big Walt, who broke a beat slow. Big Walt now third on the far outside as these leaders go to the back of the track. Then toward the inside, Finn and Brennan running in second to last position. Only Frank Nose trails. Friar Newton leads the mile. It's Friar Newton in front. Mitchell and Big Walt now second on the outside as they go up the back of the track. Speed Institute is running in third for apprentice Jose Gutierrez. Then detached from the top 3, 7 lengths away with Santo Sanjor. First run since the fairgrounds. 2023 for Finn and Brennan, who remains in fourth. And under the hands of Andre Zaloa, only Frank Nose still trails the quintet. First two of 8 furlongs in 24.80 seconds. They go past the half-mile pole. Friar Newton still controls it. Half-mile 47.98 seconds. Big Walt and Speed Institute held up with the rail. 3 furlongs to go. Finn and Brennan racing 6 lengths off this leader. Friar Newton is bringing this nicely out in front for Evan Roman, and only Frank Nose remains last of the 5. Friar Newton in front, leads here by 2 as Finn and Brennan starts a bit on the far outside. Speed Institute, Big Walt 5, but has dropped back, and only Frank Nose has trailed. Heads are turned for home. 3/4 for Friar Newton, looking to close this out in 1 minute 12.22 seconds with Evan Roman. It's Friar Newton looking sharp and widened to an 8-length lead past the 16th. Friar Newton is full of run home. Friar Newton decisively by 8 from Speed Institute. Finn and Brennan back in third. 25 meet here at Horseshoe.
Tell me how you got started in racing.
So I'm from Florida. I started in Ocala breaking babies, and then I came here to Indiana. Was my first job in 2021, I believe it was. I worked for Joe Davis, getting on a couple horses in the morning and running them in the afternoon. I got my first winner's circle picture here as a groom with a horse that I rode as well in Ocala. So to get my first winner's picture in the saddle will be something, a real full circle moment to be here. And then after that, I went on to work for Bill Mott for about 3 seasons, and I can't say enough good things about him and his team.
Awesome. So you've been here for, how long have you been up here in Indiana?
This is my first week here
First
working
week,
horses.
yeah. A lot of people got here this week. I just didn't know if you had been here longer than that because we keep the track open in the winter. So what would you say your favorite thing about riding, being a jockey is, versus when you were in Ocala?
Versus when I was in Ocala, it's like, obviously the horses, that's why I'm here, that's why I'm in it, is for the horses. But I'd say being a jockey, I get to go into a lot of different barns and meet a lot of different trainers and people, so many different people involved with one horse. But I also get to see a lot of how different barns work and how they differ from each other, and just see some different techniques is something that I've gotten to learn.
All right, well, good luck. Who has your book?
John Herbstreit.
Oh, Herbstreit's the best.
He is the best. He's been around here for a while, and I'm really grateful for him, actually. Johnny V's been a really big mentor and someone that I look up to greatly, and he's the one that made that connection for me, so I'm so grateful for him.
Yeah, John's a great guy. Well, I hope you guys have great success this year. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
We're 11 minutes to race 3. I'm recording you guys. Just back at it. I missed everybody and super excited about today. And this race is completely different from what it started out as. I think with 2 of the top 3 being out of this race, I think it changes the landscape of the race a lot. Right now, the 8 is the 2-to-1 favorite. But we've got Shirley Ann Scratched, which was the morning line favorite, and then also the 9, Serene Waters, which I think had a really great chance in this race. Getting back to dirt, which is the case for almost all, which for a ton of them in here, but I'm going to go with the 10. The 10 is 8-to-1 right now. Pounds in Town. Marcelino Pedroza, one of our top jockeys, is aboard here for Gennaro Garcia, one of our top trainers. And, everybody's talking about Tim is hot. Michelle had 3 wins in the first few days. But Gennaro, he runs a lot of horses, and out of his 12 that he's ran, he's been in the money, 7 times. So he's obviously one of our top jockeys. And I love these owners here. Whenever Bruce and his beautiful wife Lori own horses with Gennaro, they have just such success. He also has a high percentage when a horse is running second time Lasix, which is the case here today, and has been in tough starters. It ran here in an allowance in October, been in Churchill, Keeneland, broke the maiden at Churchill, and now is down to claiming for 12.5 and returning to dirt. I just think that this one's going to be pretty tough to catch. And then I'm going to go with the favorite, the 8, 2-1. Smart with Heart. Santos Sanger is aboard for Behena. This one is also dropping down from a claiming for 15. I went through and looked up all of this one's speed figures because they're really good. Like, if you look at these finishes, you're thinking, this horse isn't that great. He had an awkward start. He had a second, but other than that. But then you start looking at these speed figures he put up in these races where he was having even finishes, 71, 71, and 80 in December, 71. And now he's dropping down in class. So his numbers fit with this group really well. Then I'm going to the 1. This was my long shot of the day. It's bet down to 9-1. I love Equinedge's gross strength ratio percentage, I always say, for maidens, but the pace of the race number where they have them all high. This one has a really good one, 62. It's the highest. Yamari is a very strong jockey as well. Douglas Danner has good percentages first off the claim. This is a 4-year-old filly. She was claimed last time, like I said. And she ran here, but she ran on the slop. She gets a fast track today. She switches to dirt. And I looked up her numbers as well. Turfway February is 70. 70 at Oaklawn is 70. She's put up also very nice competitive numbers. She draws the inside. Like I said, she gets a dry track. And Yamari, who I think is very capable. So this is an interesting race with the scratches, I think. Some horses dropping down, coming off claims, switching surfaces. There's a lot to go off here, but I am going to go 10-8-1 in this race. Pounds in Town is 7-1. And then I'm going to put the favorite, Smart with Heart, in my exacta spot. We're just 7 minutes to race 3. Remember, this race has the 50-cent pick 4, and in the next race, B's going to be talking about the Late Fire 5. So stick around. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the third race. Fillies Mare Sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 9. Scratch 4, Shirley Ann, and 9, Serene Waters. Scratch the 4 and number 9. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. Post time in 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the Fillies Mares Sprint. Yabari Correa with Lonnie Moe coming up. Grisimi with Perfect Manhattan. Hannah Leahy with Air Force Lightning. Air Force Lightning went in okay. Joseph Romero with Retail Therapy in the green. Sando Sanjor, Smart with Heart going in. Jose Gutierrez with Stupendous loaded. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Pounds in Town coming up to the gate. Joe Ramos with Why Looky Here. At 6 furlongs. One more. Closer to the truth. Alberto Burgos for John Harron, who won the opener. Shanghai Express and Friar Newton, our first two winners. Almond Mine. And they're off. Air Force Lightning was last away from the gate. Perfect Manhattan sharply away there for Chris Amy. It's Perfect Manhattan who's joined toward the inside by Lonnie Moe going for an early attack, and Stupendous right there in the white cap also whipping up the pace. It's Lonnie Moe. So Lonnie Moe just leads. Stupendous and on the outside. After a sharp start, Perfect Manhattan is right there going past the half-mile pole. Smart with Heart is drawing in toward the inside. Then on the outside in the red cap is Pounds in Town, 3 furlongs to go. While Looky Here is in behind horses. Closer to the Truth is racing wide as they round the far turn. Then further back to Retail Therapy and slow starting. Air Force Lightning trails the Fillies Mare Sprint. 22.81 lead seconds, or maybe it was 22.73. That's a guess as they come past the quarter pole. And here's Perfect Manhattan, who's battling. It's up for grabs as they straighten away. Stupendous in the white blinkers toward the inside. Here's a bid now by Lonnie Moe. Smart with Heart is trying to thread through. Smart with Heart just found a nice gap and is coming after these leaders. Pounds in Town narrowly on the outside, closer to the Truth. A scramble here as they dash to the line. It's Pounds in Town, and Smart with Heart. Pounds in Town for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Pounds in Town driven out from Smart with Heart. Then closer to the Truth, Perfect Manhattan. Retail Therapy had late interest. Then Stupendous was next. .111.46 after the Fillies Mare Sprint. 111.46. It was 3-1 on 10 Pounds in Town, 5-2 on 8 Smart with Heart, 3-1 Closer to the Truth. We're standing by for the full run order from the judges after race 3. Hold all tickets until official. 10, 8, 11, and the 6 ran fourth. 10 Pounds in Town. 3-1 first over 8 Smart with Heart. 5-2 second and a game effort. 10, 8, 11 Closer to the Truth. 3-1 third and 6 Perfect Manhattan at 5-1 fourth. 10, 8, 11, 6. The result of the third race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 10 Pounds in Town with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Pounds in Town is a 3-year-old bay filly, bred in Kentucky by Motown at a pounds to pennies by exchange rate. Racing for trainer Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy and Lori Murphy. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Pounds in Town. Paid 3-1. The 10-8 exacta returned $32.60. First pick 3 of the day. 50-cent pick 3, 4 with the 7 with the 10 Pounds in Town. $25.40. The 50-cent trifecta. 10, 8, 11, $29.70. 7, 10 double, $33.60. Perfect Manhattan fourth. The 10-cent superfecta returned $35.73. 9 ran 111.46 after the running of race 3. "22 minutes away from the fourth. Maiden sprint, take out the 7, Beer Time. Number 7, Beer Time, has been scratched today. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. Fast track, 3:51. Post time. Brass and Friar Newton, our first 2 winners. Almond Mine. And they're off. Air Force Lightning was last away from the gate. Perfect Manhattan sharply away there for Chris Amy. It's Perfect Manhattan who's joined toward the inside by Lonnie Moe, going for an early attack, and Stupendous right there in the white cap, also whipping up the pace. It's Lonnie Moe. So Lonnie Moe just leads. Stupendous and on the outside. After a sharp start, Perfect Manhattan is right there going past the half-mile pole. Smart with Heart is drawing in toward the inside. Then on the outside in the red cap is Pounds in Town, 3 furlongs to go. While Looky Here is in behind horses. Closer to the Truth is racing wide as they round the far turn. Then further back to Retail Therapy and slow starting. Air Force Lightning trails the Phillies Mare Sprint. 22.81 lead seconds, or maybe it was 22.73. That's a guess as they come past the quarter pole. And here's Perfect Manhattan, who's battling. It's up for grabs as they straighten away. Stupendous in the white blinkers toward the inside. Here's a bid now by Lonnie Moe. Smart with Heart is trying to thread through. Smart with Heart just found a nice gap and is coming after these leaders. Pounds in Town narrowly on the outside, closer to the Truth. A scramble here as they dash to the line. It's Pounds in Town, and Smart with Heart. Pounds in Town for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Pounds in Town driven out from Smart with Heart. Then closer to the Truth, Perfect Manhattan. Retail Therapy had late interest. Then Stupendous was next.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
It's back. Vacation at home sale at Family Leisure. Family Leisure has the largest selection of in-stock patio furniture at guaranteed lowest prices. Chat height to bar height and everything in between. Check out our selection of pergolas, pavilions, and other shade solutions. Make a splash this summer with a new swimming pool from America's largest pool dealer. Outdoor kitchens. Buy from stock or design your own. Melt away stress. We've got plenty of spas and swim spas priced to move. Vacation at home sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
11 minutes away from race number 4 on a beautiful sunny day here in Shelbyville, Indiana, where we are at the midway point of the racing card. 5 thoroughbred races remain with 1 quarter horse race to go. And don't forget, our first Thursday of racing does begin tomorrow as well. So we'll race Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week. Don't want to miss out on that as our season kicks off only in week number 2. We are just 11 minutes away, though, from kicking off that late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout each and every day. Do scratch number 7, Beer Time, out of the upcoming 4th event. 6 furlongs going to be the distance. And I'm going to try and take a stand against Zapping Strike. This is a horse I chased all season long and I liked this horse a ton last year. I'm jumping off the bandwagon. It might be time for you to hop on. But when I was chasing last year, 18-1, 7-1, 9-1, all reasonably priced, all overlooked. Not overlooked anymore. In fact, this horse has a huge spotlight on him today. Projections as low as 1-2 on the board. So I'm going to try Dumond in here, the 4 horse who's projected to go off at 12-1. Do not pay attention to those odds in the pools right now, as I don't expect that to stick around at all, but currently favored. We'll see how it plays out 10 minutes from now, as plenty of things will be changing. The blinkers come off, and if you can forgive that last race, I think this horse put together some races that would certainly win. This one has run competitively at Churchill and Ellis and Turfway as well. You do need to forgive the last couple of starts, though. A 4-year-old colt who has seemingly gone the wrong direction. If you can be forgiving like I was hoping to be, then Dumond makes a lot of sense. But if this is just a new trend that he continues to break slow and is always slow into stride and is starting to have gait issues like he previously did not have, then he's certainly going to be up against it, and there won't be any value regardless of the price if he does continue to miss the break. But it shouldn't be overlooked that he was bet down to 6-5 last time, so someone expected him to run big. He never really got into the race. It was a 5-horse field. He broke slow, and he was wrapped up thereafter. He comes back with Fernando de la Cruz early on in the meet. Our leading rider, Fernando de la Cruz. We'll see if Dumond can get us home a long shot winner, despite what the odds may suggest at this point. Dumond on the board at 6-5. The 3 is Fly J's Fantastic. Alex Achard going to be calling the shots in here. 0 for 7, 1 second and third place finish to his name. He's primarily been on the synthetic here recently, at least over the winter months, but he did have a decent race at the maiden special weight level in a race where they wanted to be on the turf. He's got some numbers that fit, though, on the dirt, and a horse who's been picking up pieces at Turfway Park. I like that he's got recency early on in the meet. I'm going to be looking for horses that have a race under their belt, regardless of our track being open all winter long. I do like to see horses that bring in a race, and they exit a live race. They finished third, only beaten by 8 lengths. The winner that day, Spinning Pride, did come back to win, as did a couple of others out of that maiden event. So I was impressed. I thought the horse took plenty of action. It may have only been a 5-horse field, but was bet down to 5-2. And there should be something to be said. I'm not a guy who always pays attention to this, but Fly J's Fantastic has broken from the inside rail draw the last 3 races. Now, they're not all the way around to the outside, but I'm sure they're thankful that they did not draw the rail. Again, a horse who brings in a good record over the winter, 4th, 2nd, and 3rd, knocking on the door. We'll see if they knock it down today at 6-1. The 6 is Kai 31. Sims and Barbosa trying to team up in here for their first winner of 2025. A horse I expected to take a ton of love. Not taking much action right now. 7-1 on the board. I thought that glitzy Keeneland shipper might take some steam. A horse who just went off 5-1 2 weeks ago over at Keeneland in a 7-furlong event. Now cuts back today in that race. I noted the horse broke sharp, cleared off, and was headed at the top of the lane and really didn't have much fight once headed. Now goes much shorter distance today, second start off the layoff. I do have my questions for horses leaving the Todd Pletcher barn. However, the one good sign is despite the long layoff from 2023 to 2025, Calumet Farm was the owner as under the guidance of Todd Pletcher, as is the owner now. So not a private purchase, not a giveaway by any means. Calumet Farms, I think they have this horse going in the right direction, and they do run protected in this spot. Make what you want of that. But Kai 31, a live long shot, in my opinion, for a Keeneland shipper, and that's not said very often here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Usually when they come in from Keeneland, they come in and they get a ton of action, but not the case with your 6 right now. Let's take a look at this late Fire 5, which does kick off in this position. I am fully expecting Zapping Strike to be very low when it's all said and done, so despite what you may be seeing on your board right now, we're actually taking a stand in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, leaving off your likely favorite in Zapping Strike off the ticket. Race number 5, maybe the most challenging event on the card, Maiden 5000, a hard race to feel overly confident on. You've got some first-time starters at Maiden 5000, and then you've also got a 7-5 morning line favorite who's never raced on the dirt. Certainly respectful of Ethan West and his winning percentage here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and everything that Pocket Aces sends to the racetrack. They're just a horse you got to try and beat. I'm going to try and do so with a 20-1 Cabarin. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., he just won our last race. He looks for another. And then Computadora, Joe Ramos, Claude Brownfield, 0 for 15. Why not become 1 for 16 in the fifth? A tricky race to kick off that late pick 4. Maiden special weight in race number 6. This is a race with first-time starters and some horses with experience. I think you could go a variety of directions. I'm just going to go 1, 5, and 7. The single of the day comes in the allowance feature, and it's all about Studio Hall for OXO Equine. They have turned Horseshoe Indianapolis into their own ATM, and I am hopeful I can turn Studio Hall into some ATM money as well. 12-1 morning line, a single with the blinkers on for William Walden. Why not? Let's do it. Late Fire 5 time coming up, coming at you next.
Stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. Maiden sprint at 6 furlongs. A field of 8. Scratch 7. Beer time. No beer time today. The 7 is a non-runner. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 starts at the 50 cent, late pick 5. Fast track 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. All main track hard, main track fast. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Rohelia Miranda. He's elusive in the red silks with the rail draw first in. Sando Sanjor, Zapping Strike. 6-5 favorite. Zapping Strike has joined He's Elusive. Alberto Burgos, Midnight Noir coming up. Carlos Barbosa with Kentucky 31. Now Alex Ashard, Flying J's Fantastic. 5-1, Fly J's Fantastic. Samuel Bermudez with Non-Fungible. Couple them back, Fernando de la Cruz, Dumond, drew 4. At 6 furlongs, so stand by. Starts at the late pick 5, one more. Johnny McKee and Caesarea. All in line. Well, stand by for Caesarea, just backed out. Ready now, they're in the gate. The Roffin sprinting. Fast start for Kentucky 31 with Zapping Strike and the red blinkers flashing comeback speed. Non-fungible fanned wide. Early bids by Fly J's Fantastic, who splits horses. He's elusive with the red silks with the rail. So a mad scramble here early on. He's elusive trying to slip through inside of Fly J's Fantastic. They're vying for the early lead, dashing past the half-mile pole with Zapping Strike a close third. Kentucky 31 in the black with the gold chevrons running a wide fourth. 3 furlongs to go. Midnight Noir with the rail, non-fungible wide. Then detached. 8 more lengths back there to Dumond and Caesarea trails. The quarter 22.42 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. It's Zapping Strike up to take the lead from Fly J's Fantastic, who tries to respond. He's elusive with the rail, and Kentucky 31 is coming 4 wide as these maidens straighten for home. It's Zapping Strike. Fly J's Fantastic, gamely between horses. He's elusive is right there too. The half mile mile, 45.22. He's elusive with the rail for Rogelio Miranda. He's elusive, who's spurted away now from Fly J's Fantastic, who's second. Zapping Strike flattens out. And to the inside, Caesarea from out of the backfield, finishing well. He's elusive, 1 by 4. From Fly J's Fantastic in a photo with Caesarea. And then further back there was Zapping Strike along with Dumont and Kentucky 31. One 10.89 after the maiden. 110.89, 1-3 and then a photo. When he's elusive at 4-1, first 3. Fly J's Fantastic at 8-1 was the runner-up. Stand by for the third and fourth from the judges after the maiden. Rogelio Miranda here for Christopher Jackson, son of Elusive Hour, out to the maiden ranks in his 6th run. Number 9, Caesarea at 18-1 was third. 5, Zapping Strike at 3-5, fourth. 1-3, 9-5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 1, he's elusive with Rogelio Miranda. He's elusive as a 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown gelding, bred in Michigan by Elusive Hour out of Heart of Cartel by Stephen Godivan. Racing 4, Jackson Racing Stable LLC of William and trainer Christopher J. Jackson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. He's elusive out to the maiden ranks. It's official. The 1-3 exacta paid $69 even. 50-cent trifecta, 139, $296.15. 10-1 double, 101.40. 10-cent superfecta, 1395, $102.63. Zapping Strike ran fourth. 50-cent pick 3, 7 with the 10 with the 1, $44.75. In the maiden, Beer Time, the 7 was a non-runner. Favorite, fourth. 8-faced starter Ray Kuick, 110.89 after the running of race 4. The 5th of our 9 on this second week of the season. Just to remind all racing fans, next live race card will be here tomorrow to wrap up week 2. Our Thursday post time at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. 5th race, maiden sprint. There are no changes, all 10 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, start to the $1 late pick 4, presented by Itoba. Post time in 22 minutes at 4:23. Now they're in the gate. The Roffin sprinting. Fast start for Kentucky 31 with zapping strike and the red blinkers flashing comeback speed. Non-fungible fanned wide. Early bids by Phi J's Fantastic, who splits horses. He's elusive with the Red Silks with the rail. So a mad scramble here early on. He's elusive trying to slip through inside of Phi J's Fantastic. They're vying for the early lead. Dashing past the half-mile pole with zapping strike a close third. Kentucky 31 in the black with the gold chevrons running a wide fourth. 3 furlongs to go. Midnight Noir with the rail, non-fungible wide. Then detached. 8 more lengths back there to Dumond and Caesarea trails. The quarter 22.42 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. It's zapping strike up to take the lead from Phi J's Fantastic, who tries to respond. He's elusive with the rail, and Kentucky 31 is coming 4 wide as these maidens straighten for home. It's zapping strike. Phi J's Fantastic gamely between horses. He's elusive is right there too. The half mile 45.22. He's elusive with the rail for Rogelio Miranda. It's He's Elusive who's spurted away now from Phi J's Fantastic, who's second. Zapping strike flattens out, and to the inside Caesarea from out of the backfield finishing well. He's Elusive, 1 by 4 from Phi J's Fantastic in a photo with Caesarea, and then further back now they're in the gate. The rough
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Minutes away from the fifth race, and as you've heard us talk about the $1 minimum pick 4, this upcoming Itoba pick 4 kicks us off just 10 minutes away. But that early pick 4 and pick 5, not much separation in the payouts. You had a favorite come home to score in the first leg, and suddenly the pick 4 paying very similar to that pick 5 as well. We'll see if that trend continues all meet long. I do expect it to do so. But let's take a look at this field. We've got a 10-horse field, I think maybe the best betting race of the day, but I also found it to be the most challenging from a handicapping perspective. 3-year-old fillies, maiden $5,000 claimers, all looking for their first career victory, going 5.5 furlongs, no scratches, no changes to be reported. My strongest stand was going to try to beat Chemical Reaction, and right now that horse is chilly on the board, 6-1 off that 7-5 morning line. But let's take a look at the top 3 selections in here. Computadora is a horse that I fancy maybe the most in this group, albeit the most experienced. And experience is not necessarily what you want at the maiden level. Oftentimes, you don't want to be the most experienced at the maiden level. 0 for 15 is 5-2 right now on the board. Does have 2 second-place finishes and 3 third-place finishes. Has been running consistently throughout the winter over at Turfway Park, but I was drawn to those races at Belterra last fall where the horse kind of showed speed, had a tendency to get right to the lead and then stall a little bit. That can be the case for a horse who is 0 for 15. However, that was coming at the maiden special weight level. Now, throw out the purse money. I understand it was maiden special weight 16. However, it was still allowance races. Now runs at the bottom ring, and I think Computadora gets in with her friends today, and today could be the day with Joe Ramos aboard. But if you're looking for a long shot in what is a wide open race, let me draw your attention to number 3, Cabarin. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. off to his customary start here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's already a winner on the day. He looks for plenty more in here, and I do expect him to be, if not at the top, very near to the top of the jockey standings if he is able to, as we run late into November. Bob Sturgeon sends this one out. They'll put the equipment change on. The blinkers will be an equipment change today for Cabarin, a horse who has been trying the synthetic, goes back to the dirt course, a lone dirt try. I drew a line through it. It was a race in which they came in off a 2 weeks rest, went from long on the turf to short on the dirt at the maiden special weight level. I'm willing to forgive that. This 3-year-old filly by firing line also puts the blinkers on today. She has shown the ability to show early speed. In that turf race, I know it was a route race, she did go quick. She went on the front end. She cleared off by many, and we don't see very many quarter fractions that are sub 22. Rider, air, call it what you want. They were going a mile, and this one posted an opening quarter of 21.75. Hopefully, we don't go that quickly in here, but I do like a long shot who can break alertly with a top-end rider, Cabarin, on the board right now at a juicy 8-1. But your favorite certainly deserves a look in here. Chemical Reaction, no doubt about it. This one has faced the stiffest competition recently. The 4-year-old collected filly gets Alex Achard calling the shots for Ethan West and Pocket Aces Racing. That ownership group doesn't mess around. They win at a very high percentage, and they spot their horses aggressively. They don't run them in over their head. They've quickly made the change on this one from maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming 30,000, 7,500, and now in for 5. Chemical Reaction is in to win. We'll see if it plays out that way. She hasn't shown much in her last 2 starts. She did show good speed in October last year. It was on the turf. My biggest downside on her is she was 7-5 morning line, and she's never tried the dirt. I'm unwilling to settle for a favorite that's trying a completely new surface and has quickly descended the maiden special weight ranks down to maiden claiming as well. So I've got my question marks, but I wouldn't be surprised if Chemical Reaction is simply much too good for this group. But it's Itoba Pick 4 time. We are 6 minutes away. If the Pick 4 fits your fancy, Mrs. Rachel has put together a very nice ticket. It'll be on your screen during the post parade, and dive into that Itoba Pick 4 just 6 minutes.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 5th race. Maiden distaff sprint at 5.5 furlongs. A field of 10. No changes. All 10 run exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 start to the $1 late pick 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, presented by the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners Breeders Association. Start to the $1 Itoba late pick 4. Fast track, 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Late scratch on number 3, Cabaran here in the maiden sprint. Late scratch on number 3. All wagers on 3, Cabaran here in the 5th race, refunds. There will be a 1 and 3 consolation double. 1 and 3 consolation double. Those using 3 Cabaran in a multi-race wager, pick 3, early pick 4. The 50-cent early pick 5. Those wagers transferred to the post-time favorite. 1-3 consolation double, scratch the 3 Cabaran. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Loading for this maiden distaff sprint, Albin Jimenez with Factuality. First filling in, Joe Ramos with Computadora joined up. Santo Sanjor, Anything for Love debuts. Yamari Correa with Jay's Naughty Angel. Gabriel Lagunas, Rio de Paz went in okay. Anything for Love now has joined the line. Alex Ajar with Chemical Reaction. Chemical Reaction went in well. La Lily, Rogelio Miranda riding for a double. Couple back. Alberto Burgos, 26 times started. Hey Macarena. So stand by one more. Oscar Villarreal with Chicken Dewada. 3 Cabaran was the late scratch. The 3's a non-runner. Here comes the 5th. They're in the gate. And they're off. And the first-time starter, Anything for Love, had the parking brake on and drops back to last, broke slow. Fast start there for on the outside. La Lily with Rio de Paz. Here comes an early charge by Factuality, and Chemical Reaction is right there too. So from the rail now for Albin Jimenez. Factuality went to the front, tracked by Chemical Reaction. Right there on the outside is La Lily, running a close third. They have just over 3 furlongs to run. Then farther out is Chicken Dewada running in 4th. To the inside is Anything for Love, who broke last. Computadora making headway on the far outside, coming toward the quarter pole. Then the 5-year-old mare, Hey Macarena, who's racing 2 clear from Jay's Naughty Angel, and farther back in the field to, as they straighten away for home, Rio de Paz is last. The opening quarter was 22.40 seconds. Into the stretch, it's Factuality, who continues to hold on to a 3-length lead. Charging now is La Lily between fillies. On the outside, Computadora with her run, and here comes Computadora. Does the inside Anything for Love, then Chicken Dewada with Joe Ramos. A sweet 16 start for Computadora. Out to the maiden ranks, won by a length and a half to La Lily. Anything for Love gained third, then Factuality and Chicken Dewada. 106.16 after the maiden. 106.16 seconds. 6-9-2-1, the unofficial. 6, Computadora. At even money first, 9, La Lily. At 5-2 was the runner-up. 2, Anything for Love. 8-1, Broke Slow. And 1, Factuality. 27-1, getting into the superfecta. Joe Ramos for Claude Brownfield III. Cloud Computing Philly. Out to the maiden. The result of the 5th race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 6, Computadora with Joe Ramos. Computadora is a 4-year-old bay filly, bred in Kentucky by Cloud Computing. Out of the Malibu Moon mare, Bamira Moon. Claudel Brownfield III trains for Lucian, Grandori IV, Wayne, and Barry Veith. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Computadora, a bridesmaid no more. Paying even money. The 6-9 Exacta paid $13.20, 50-cent trifecta. 6-9-2, $20.65. Factuality 4th, 10-cent superfecta. 6-9-2-1 paid $34.82. The $1 early pick 4, $264.40, 4-4. Couple of doubles, 1-6, 29.20, 1-3, that's a consolation double, $10.20. The 50-cent pick 3, $39.95. 50-cent early pick 5, pays out on 5 of 5. $332.30 early pick 5. Again, from race 5, 3 was a late scratch Cabaran. That consolation double, refunds on 3 Cabaran. Favorite first, 9 ran, 106.16 after the running of race 5. 21 minutes away, race 6 in the next maiden dash. Scratch 8 Turbo Lady. 8 Turbo Lady has been scratched. Number 5, Kagsy, the jockey Andres Aloa. On 5, Kagsy debuts. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. First Grand High 5 featured on this Wednesday card. Pentafecta wagering on the maiden sprint. Double pick 3. Post time, 4:56. And they're off. And the first-time starter, Anything for Love, had the parking brake on and drops back to last, Broke Slow. Fast start there for on the outside. La Lily with Rio de Paz. Here comes an early charge by Factuality, and Chemical Reaction is right there too. So from the rail now for Albert Jimenez. Factuality went to the front, tracked by Chemical Reaction. Right there on the outside is La Lily, running a close third. They have just over 3 furlongs to run. Then farther out is Chicken Water running in fourth. To the inside is Anything for Love, who broke last. Computadora making headway on the far outside, coming toward the quarter pole. Then the 5-year-old mare, Hey Macarena, was racing 2 clear from Jay's Naughty Angel, and farther back in the field to as they straighten away for home. Rio de Paz is last. The opening quarter was 22.40 seconds. Into the stretch, it's Factuality, who continues to hold on to a 3-length lead. Charging now is La Lily between fillies. On the outside, Computadora with her run, and here comes Computadora. Newest the inside, Anything for Love, then Chicken Dawada with Joe Ramos. A sweet 16 start for Computadora. Out to the maiden ranks, won by a length and a half to La Lily. Anything for Love gained third, then Factuality and Chicken Dawada. And
Here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, we have a 3-year-old maiden special weight for Indiana sired. Andrea is on the 5, and Turbo Lady, the 8, is out of here right now. The favorite is the 1. Prayer's Beauty at 5-2. That's my top selection in this race. This 3-year-old filly is by Prayer for Relief, who stands here obviously since this is sired at our Star Farm. 16% with first-time starters. And that is the case here for quite a few, actually. And all of my picks are first-time starters. But Tim Eggleston having a great start to the meet. This one is owned by Willowbrook Stables and Wendy Curry. The works look pretty good. A gate work, 2 in a row, one on March 27th and one on March 13th. I like the breeding on all my picks, but 16% first-time starters, and you get Mitchell Merle, who's moved his tack here to Indiana for the meet. Looks like all upside here. So then I'm going to go to the 5, which is 6-1 right now. Cogsy. Andre is aboard for Michelle Elliott, and Michelle also in Fuego here in the first few days of the meet. 6 starts, 3 wins, and 2 seconds. Also, She's a Pioneer is the dam. 5 winners from 5 starters, so she's thrown nothing but winners. One of which was a stakes winner. It's Just Fate. A gelding sired by Skylord won the Sagamore sired and the Itoba. So this is a half to that horse who had very much success here in Indiana. Has a gate work on April 8th I like. Nothing that jumps off the page, but good consistent work patterns, and from the gate is always good. And then Hungry Reggae, the 7, is 4-1 right now on the tote board. Marcelino looking for another win on the card, which would give him a double and me a double. Horrible luck today. This is a 3-year-old filly, another one that I love the breeding. This one's by Unbridled Express. And then Miss Hanky Panky has 3 winners out of 4 starters. A bullet work on April 9th. And John Langemeyer does pretty well with the maiden. So 175 for me here in the 6th race. A 3-year-old maiden. Prayer's Beauty is who I land with on top. Good luck.
The horses now stepping onto the track for the 6th race. Maiden 3-year-old filly sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 10. 8 Turbo Lady has been scratched. Scratch the 8. Number 5 Kagsy debuts with Andres Aloha. On 5 Kagsy, Andres Aloha. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering here on the sprint. Double pick 3. Less than 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute to the maiden. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Yamari Correa with Dreaming Girl. The first filly into the starting gate. Mitchell Merrill, Prayers Beauty making her bow. Hungry Reggae, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with a win on the card. Fernando de la Cruz, Susie's Guy in the yellow. Alberto Burgos with Innisfree Lass. Joseph Romero with Sacra's Quest. Simmer Bermudez Jogger coming up. Tiago Canuto with the first-time starter Blazing Eyes. 35-1 on Blazing Eyes. Hungry Reggae, a 2-1 favorite. Now Andres Aloa with Kagsy making her bow. One more. Focaccia, Evan Roman swept the opening double. They're in the gate. Prayers Beauty, fractious in the starting gate, has settled. Ready. And they're off. Susie's Guy was one of those last away, along with Hungry Reggae, and Blazing Eyes, soon ridden, has drifted back to last. So here's Prayers Beauty making a dash for it now for Mitchell Merle. And Prayers Beauty has raced to a 5-length lead going past the half-mile pole from Kagsy between fillies, with on the outside Sacra's Quest in the black cap. Focaccia follows her on the far outside. Then toward the inside, Susie's Guy is next as they round the far turn while racing two clear from Jogger. Nearest the inside, Dreaming Girl, and then farther back to Hungry Reggae with Innisfree Lass, the second to last filly, and Blazing Eyes trails the maiden fillies. Quarter 22.38 seconds past the quarter pole. It's Prayers Beauty. Prayers Beauty spins them in with a length lead on Sacra's Quest, who's drifting off her line upon straightening away. Kagsy in between fillies, and nearest the inside looking to run on is Hungry Reggae. The half mile, 45.77. Prayers Beauty looking for the finish. Prayers Beauty narrowly. Sacra's Quest trying to get on even terms. Hungry Reggae continues to charge with Dreaming Girl, and here's Innisfree Lass, who's looking to come over the top for Alberto Burgers, and does. Innisfree Lass rallies home to win it from Dreaming Girl. Sacra's Quest, Prayers Beauty, and Hungry Reggae was next. .106.01 after the maiden fillies dash. 106.013. Innisfree Lass at 14-1 gets the result. 7-1 on 6, Dreaming Girl. 8-1, 9, Sacra's Quest. 3-1 on 1, Prayers Beauty and Hungry Reggae after a slow start. We're standing by for judges' confirmation after the maiden. Hold all tickets until official. The judges have posted number 6, Dreaming Girl, at 7-1, the runner-up. 9, Sacra's Quest. 8-1 third, 1, Prayers Beauty. 3-1 fourth, and 7, Hungry Reggae. 5-2 getting into the Pentafecta. 3-6, 9-1-7. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 3, Innisfree Lass, rallies home under Alberto Burgos. Innisfree Lass is a 3-year-old bay filly by Saba, and a Laser Lass by Fort Larned. Bred in the Hoosier State, a couple of wins on the card for John Harron's Harron Thoroughbreds. Innisfree Lass at 14-1 takes out the maiden fillies. The result of the sixth race now official. $3-6 exacta paid $229.60. The 50-cent trifecta, $369, $393.70. 6-3 double, $46.20. 10-cent superfecta, $369, $489.99. 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6 paid $123.30. 10-cent grand high 5, $2,263.37. Hungry Reggae, the 7 ran 5th. 36917 official, 106.01. Race 7 from the sprint, scratch 6 Hey Olivia and 12 Don't Miss Out. Scratch the 6 and the 12 from the Phillies Mare sprint. Exacta trifecta superfecta, another 10-cent pentafecta featured, double final pick 3 featured on the card. Post time in 20 minutes at 5:26. Ready. And they're off. Susie's Guy was one of those last away, along with Hungry Reggae and Blazing Eyes. Soon Ridden has drifted back to last. So here's Prayers Beauty making a dash for it now for Mitchell Murrell. And Prayers Beauty has raced to a 5-length lead going past the half-mile pole from Kagsy between fillies, with on the outside Sacra's Quest in the black cap. Focaccia follows her on the far outside. Then toward the inside, Susie's Guy is next as they round the far turn while racing 2 clear from Jugger. Nearest the inside, Dreaming Girl, and then farther back to Hungry Reggae with Innisfree Lass, the second to last filly, and Blazing Eyes trails the maiden fillies. Quarter 22.38 seconds past the quarter pole. It's Prayers Beauty. Prayers Beauty spins them in with a length lead on Sacra's Quest, who's drifting off her line upon straightening away. Kagsy in between fillies, and nearest the inside looking to run on is Hungry Reggae. The half mile, 45.77. Prayers Beauty looking for the finish. Prayers Beauty narrowly. Sacra's Quest trying to get on even terms. Hungry Reggae continues to charge with Dreaming Girl, and here's Innisfree Lass, who's looking to come over the top for Alberto Burgers, and does. Innisfree Lass rallies home to win it from Dreaming Girl, Sacra's Quest, Prayers Beauty, and
Innisfree last. From last to first, outhouse to penthouse. What a great ride it was on Innisfree last, who had been going along on the turf. And to many handicappers like yours truly, it did look like a prep for turf racing to come, but a prep it was not, as they return victorious in race number 6 and spice up that late pick 4 and that late Fire 5, 14-1 winner. And we've got another great betting opportunity in here. Scratch numbers 6 and 12. Hey, Olivia, and don't miss out of the upcoming event. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance for today's featured event, and I happen to love a horse. Studio Hall, the hammer time of the day, 12-1 morning line, currently on the board at 7-1. And this is a horse who has been in my stable mail since the debut, June 25th of last year. The 2-year-old filly absolutely rolled. Now, she's 3. She does come back earlier in the meet than she did last year. It took her till June to get ready, but I thought she looked like a complete monster. She had excellent works entering. She outbroke the field and then kind of took off or sat just off the top 2, and she moved up 3 wide in hand and looked like a complete monster. Now, OXO Equine did own her that day. No private purchase, just switching hands from Lobo to William Walden. And Walden, plenty capable. He's winning at 20% around the country and 27% when he takes over from another trainer. This is a horse they brought down to the fairgrounds, has been training consistently, has 3 solid works at Keeneland as well. It should be noted that she was training at Keeneland before her debut. The money came in last time. She was bet down to even money. Now, in this spot, she's taking on winners for the first time. They're putting the blinkers on, and she's an April Fool, a 3-year-old filly, who is taking on older in here. So she had her birthday this month. She's turning 3, and now she's taking on older. She's getting LASIK for the first time, which should help. I don't think she needed much help after her debut, stopping the clock in an excellent time and looking the part. But the blinkers on has me a little bit curious in here. She taking on older and off of a long layoff and going 6 furlongs for the first time, or 5.5 furlongs for the first time, is the reason we're going to get a decent price. 12-1 morning line, currently cut in half, 6-1. The hammer time in here, but Elegant Justice, the Indiana bred right next door in the starting gate and the saddling enclosure, is getting all the love. This is a horse who is 6-1 morning line, currently on the board as your chalk at 9-5 for Justice Farms. The homebred and the Indiana bred taking on Open Company, getting a lot of love, and rightfully so. This is a horse who was very impressive in each and every start last season. She even ran very well in her lone off-the-board finish. It was her first time going 2 turns, and it was her first time finding the slop, and she just went way too quick on the front end. She gets love every time at the wagering windows, so I should not be surprised that she is getting crushed yet again. In fact, she's gone off favored in 4 out of 5 races. I think she's legit. I think she's a legitimate horse. My only question is taking on older. She's also a 3-year-old filly. Studio Hall and Elegant Justice, both my top selections, are 3 years old, taking on older early in the season. But then you add in, unlike Studio Hall, Elegant Justice is an Indiana bred. I expect her to really do very well, if not be the top tier of that 3-year-old state bred class. But Elegant Justice getting a lot of love right now, 2-1 on the board for a horse who has won 3 out of 5, and I expect to be in stakes races throughout the entirety of the meet. But what an excellent transition by the cameraman to find Dark Fury looking good as one of the field's long shot, maybe the best value in this race. Chris Amy going to ride for Brittany Vandenberg, and here a 4-year-old filly. First off the claim in here, they tabbed this one for $30,000, and now they run in a protected spot. Always love to see when they claim, they feel confident about their claim, everything checked out, they come back, run in a protected spot. Now, is eligible for non-winners of 2 in here, and second start off the layoff, has a lot of upside in this spot. Didn't run poorly over at Turfway Park. Now gets back to the dirt, which is likely her preferred surface. When she did win, it should be noted she won at the allowance ranks here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where she tracked the front runner in the 2-path and ultimately wore down the front runner late to win. First off the claim for a high winning percentage, Brittany Vandenberg. We'll see if she can get her first win here at Horseshoe Indianapolis of the season. A value player at 9-1, but the hammer time for me lies in Studio Hall. 6 minutes away from finding out whether we are the hammer or the nail.
The horses call post right now for the 7th race. Filly's mare Sprint at 5.5 furlongs. Scratch 6, Hey Olivia. And the 12, Don't Miss Out. Scratch the 6 at number 12. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. There's the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering featured here on the Distaff Sprint Double. Final pick 3 of the day. 3 minutes to post time. Less than 2 minutes to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this fillies mare sprint. Felix Ostadillo with Little Sister Sue. Joe Ramos with Arasu has joined Little Sister Sue. Orlando Mexico with Dawn 80. Celio Flacco, Viral Plain Lady up and in. St. Bernadette, Alberto Burgos riding for a double on the day. Chris Amy with Dark Fury. Dark Fury's in. Studio Hall, Evan Roman with a couple of wins on the card. Now Yamari Correa, La Orgullosa. La Orgullosa went in okay. Simmer Bermudez with Elegant Justice at 5.5 furlongs. Elegant Justice right now 2-1 favorite. One more. John McKee with Elle's Dancer, blue with the white dots and a blue cap. So stand by. They're in the game. And they're off. Off to an even start. Fast start for La Orgullosa. Right there toward the inside is Dawn 80, who's vying for the early lead, and Viral Plain Lady is right there too. So it's Viral Plain Lady outside of Dawn 80 with the rail. As they go past the half-mile pole, they're being tracked by Elegant Justice, now in third, with Dark Fury in fourth. Nearest the inside, Little Sister Sue in fifth. Studio Hall is a wide sixth, but making progress to 3 furlongs from home. Studio Hall is on the move nicely. Then farther back two, toward the inside, Elle's Dancer with on the outside Arasu, and then farther back two on the far outside St. Bernadette, and La Orgullosa drop back to last. 21.88 lead seconds as these fillies mares straighten up. It is Viral Plain Lady has been in a battle with Dawn 80 with the rail. Dawn 80, Viral Plain Lady. Dark Fury's looking for a gap, getting toward the inside Little Sister Sue. Here comes Studio Hall. Studio Hall trying to sustain a bid. She's slightly lugging in. Dark Fury moves up between horses, but Dawn 80 has raced away for Orlando Mexico. Dawn 80. Under wraps, won by 5 from Viral Plain Lady, who just holds Little Sister Sue, and then Studio Hall, Dark Fury, and Arasu. .103.42 after the sprint to Dawn 80. 8-1 first. The judges will examine photos before posting the remaining order finish. Hold all tickets. Orlando Mexico getting here on the meet score sheet for Robertino Diodoro, RPM Racing Stable. First run since the fairgrounds for Don 80. The judges have posted number 3, Viral Plain Lady, 32-1, holding second from 1 Little Sister Sue, 13 to 1/3. 9 Studio Hall, 5-2 fourth, and 4 Dark Fury fifth for the Pentafecta. 2-3, 1-9-4. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 2, Don 80 with Orlando Mojica. Don 80 is a 5-year-old dark mare brown mare by Palace out of Cobb Sioux by Taylor the Cat, bred in Kentucky. Racing for RPM Racing Stable LLC and trainer Robertino Diodoro. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Don 80. Race 7 official. 2-3 exacta, $550.80. 50-cent pick 3, 3 and or 6, with the 3, with the 2, Don 80. Pick 3 paid $87.25. The 50-cent trifecta, 2-3-1, 563.40, 3-2 double, 229.40. 10-cent superfecta, 2-3-1-9, returned $946.29. And with Dark Fury getting into the pentafecta, the 10-cent grand high 5, 2-3-1-9-4, paid $5,175. 103.42 after the running of race 7. Couple more to go. Race 8, maiden 3-year-old sprint. Scratch 6, Army Fever. The 7, Dowie. 13, Hyperion Bridge. And take out the 14, Rocadora. 15, Teller's Moonshine. And 16, Conference Calling. Both draw in. 15 and 16, Run. Scratch the 6, 7, 13, and number 14. 9th race, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. In the 9th, scratch 9, Jess Feisty. 11, Corona coming through, draws in, and breaks from post position number 9 in the finale. Jockey change there in the quarter horse maiden, 6 favorite Sandbaggin, L.D. Martinez. Ride 6 favorite Sandbaggin, Danny Martinez. Here, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. A 10-cent pentafecta starts with a late double. Fast track post time in 19 minutes at 5:56. And they're off. Off to an even start. Fast start for La Orgullosa. Right there toward the inside is Don 80, who's vying for the early lead, and Viral Plain Lady is right there too. So it's Viral Plain Lady outside of Don 80 with the rail. As they go past the half-mile pole, they're being tracked by Elegant Justice, now in 3rd, with Dark Fury in 4th. Nearest the inside, Little Sister Sue in 5th. Studio Hall is a wide 6, but making progress to 3 furlongs from home. Studio Hall is on the move nicely. Then farther back 2, toward the inside, Elle's Dancer with on the outside, Arasu. And then farther back 2 on the far outside, St. Bernadette and La Orgullosa drop back to last. 21.88 lead seconds as these fillies mares straighten up. It is Viral Plain Lady has been in a battle with Don't 80 with the rail. Don't 80, Viral Plain Lady. Dark Fury's looking for a gap, getting toward the inside. Little Sister Sue. Here comes Studio Hall. Studio Hall trying to sustain a bid. She's slightly lugging in. Dark Fury moves up between horses, but Don't 80 has raced away for Orlando Mexica. Don't 80. Under wraps, won by 5 from Viral Plain Lady, who just holds Little Sister Sue, and then Studio Hall.
Road to Champions Day this year is a brand new contest that will start April 29th and go until October 30th. It's a win, place, show contest every thoroughbred racing day only. That's 100 days of competition. There's $500 in monthly prizes. There's $7,000 for the grand prize, including $3,000 to the winner, plus 2 NHC seats. There's a lot more information, so please go to roadtochampionsday.com for more information. Good luck.
Here we are back for the thoroughbred finale before we give way to Martha, who will take you through the 300-yard sprint. But we've got a competitive maiden special weight race, and thankful to our racing office for getting 16 horses in here because we're going to have a full starting gate despite 4 defections. Scratch 6, 7, 13, and 14. It should be noted that the also eligibles 15 and 16 both draw in, and that's where my eye will lie. In conference calling, 4-5 morning line, currently chilly on the board, 7-2 for Tim Eggleston, a 3-year-old by Air Force Blue who does get Lasix for the first time. Ran consistently last year, just ran into some tough foes, in my opinion. Was a beaten favorite when last seen November 7th. Has good early speed, always tries hard, but was just really never able to get on terms. I thought ran a very impressive debut last year, didn't debut until nearly the end of the meet in October, got 3 good races in. They were all consistent, 2/3, and a second in which they broke alertly each time, but could not find the power to push past late. 7-2 on the board. 4-5 may have been a little bit skinnier, a little bit aggressive in this huge field with some unknown horses as well, but conference calling certainly got a good start as a 2-year-old, and I expect this one to continue to progress as the year goes on. Making the 3-year-old seasonal debut is the Air Force Blue gelding. Conference calling on top for yours truly, but the unknowns in this race are both the 5 and the 10. The first-time starter is Save My Town for Southwest Racing Stables. Gennaro Garcia owns and trains this Indiana bred. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. looking for another winner on the card, a horse who's been training consistently here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Always like to see a horse that's been here for quite a while. The mare was a one-time winner from 11 starts. However, she's been incredibly productive as a brood mare. In fact, she's produced 30 winners for a 9% win rate, and 8 of 11 foals have gone on to have success. Payday 2 made over $250,000, as did 49 Watts. most recently at Parks, and there's plenty of runners produced by the mare in here for Save My Town. We'll see if this is another one, but you know the connections can win races, and they can do so at a very high rate. But the 10 is getting a lot of love. 9-2 morning line, currently 3-1 on the board for Joe Davis. Correa going to be calling the shots in here. The sire is Omaha Beach, a hot sire at that, but a $35,000 stud fee only drew $5,000 back in 2023. That leaves me having a few questions, but the mare Carrington Event, she was a one-time winner. She was consistent. She hit the board in 4 out of 6 starts. She hasn't been as productive as number 5's Broodmare. She's only produced 2 wins from 33 starts. However, the one winner, Teresa, is a fairly good one, a horse who can run on both the dirt, the turf, short or long, and has a decent record on all surfaces. So Jay's Beach Bum could be any sort in here, but we'll see if conference calling puts the rest of this field on hold 7 minutes away from the Thoroughbred finale. And do not forget, our first Thursday of the season returns tomorrow. We've got Thursday racing action here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and if you are still alive in the Pick 5, the lowest you can do, $6,000, even a couple of carryover opportunities. Thanks for tuning in on your Wednesday, and we hope to see you tomorrow on Thursday.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. Maiden 3-year-old sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 12. Scratch 6, Army Fever. 7, Dowie. Take out 13, Hyperion Bridge, and the 14, Rocadora. Scratch here the 6, 7, 13, and number 14. Once again in the 9th, quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. 9th race. Scratch 9, Jess Feisty. 11, Corona coming through, draws in and breaks from post position number 9. For 11, Corona coming through, post 9. 6, Favorite Sandbaggin, the jockey L.D. Martinez. Danny Martinez on 6, Favorite Sandbaggin. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Grand High 5. Starts at a late double, 2 minutes. Please note in this race, number 9, Tis Irish, races with blinkers on. That just in from the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards. Tis Irish, the 9, blinkers on. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute to the maiden. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Rodney Prescott. Blinkers on. Tis Irish here in the maiden. Mitchell Merle. Amigo Meister. Yamari Correa. Jay's Beach Bum coming up. Jay's Beach Bum in. 1945. Would be a riding triple for Evan Roman on the day. Luis Contreras, Gus, and Woodrow went in well. Gimmel, Alberto Burgos on the Wednesday score sheet. Gimmel went in okay. Santo San George, Jackson's Buddy coming up. Andres Ulloa with Indy Lake, black with a yellow cap. Now Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Save My Town, drew 5. Right now, conference calling 6-5 favorite. Will be the last maiden to go into the starting gate here. Carlos Barbosa with Zip Lord. Now the two that drew in. Fernando de la Cruz with Taylor's Moonshine has the black silks on at 5.5 furlongs. So stand by. One more conference calling Joe Ramos for Tim Eggleston. 6-5 favorite. Conference calling. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gus and Woodrow sharply away with Jackson's Buddy. Conference calling up there on the far outside. And here's Amigo Meister now dashing away from the rail for Mitchell Merle to take the lead from right there. Conference calling with in between horses as they go up the back of the track. That's Indy Lake with a yellow cap. And toward the inside, Gus and Woodrow running in fourth as they enter the far turn. Jackson's Buddy in fifth. Tis Irish with blinkers on is running in sixth and making progress. Then further back to Save My Town with Jay's Beach Bum running on the far outside. Inside 3 furlongs to go. And pulled up there. Pulled up was Indy Lake as they come toward the top of the stretch, following Jay's Beach Bum. Nearest the inside is Gimmel with 1945. Further back then to Taylor's Moonshine, along with Zip Lord, who's last of those left in the running. Again, Indy Lake was pulled up. These maidens have straightened away, and it is conference calling for Joe Ramos, who's raced away to a 5-length lead past the 8th pole. Amigo Meister battling Save My Town with on the outside Tis Irish. Jackson's Buddy between horses. Jay's Beach Bum is given away. 1945 with a late bid. Conference calling. Conference calling finishing on top by 3 from Save My Town. Amigo Meister holds third. Then 1945 with Tis Irish and Jackson's Buddy was next across the finish. .104.72 after the maiden. 7-5 on number 16. Conference Calling will get the result. 5 Save My Town, 1 Amigo Meister, 2 1945. Tis Irish Race with Blinkers. Jackson's Buddy, Jay's Beach Bum. Gimmel was next across from Gus and Woodrow, showed speed but faded from the scene. And Ziplord among those last to finish. Indy Lake was pulled up on the turn. 16-5, 129 into the Pentafecta. 16, Conference Calling first. 5 Save My Town, 14-1 second. 1 Amigo Meister, 10-1 third. 2 1945, 8-1 fourth. And 9 Tis Irish, 34-1 fifth. Blinker today. Hold all tickets until official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the number 16, Conference Calling with Joe Ramos. Conference Calling is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Air Force Blue. Out of the Yankee Gentleman Mare, Intensified. Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Conference Calling out to the maiden ranks in 2025. Race 8 official. The 16-5 exacta paid $57 even. 1945 into the Superfecta. 10 cent. 16-5-1-2 Superfecta paid $171.85. The 50 cent trifecta, 16-5-1, 135.30. 216 double paid $54.60. The 50 cent late pick 5, $6,124.15. Pentafecta, $966.24. Tis Irish ran 5th. And the $1 Itoba late pick 4, 404, $743.40. 104.72 after the maiden 3-year-old sprint, 104.72. 18 minutes away from the 9th, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. Fast Track, scratch the 9, Jess Feisty. 11, Corona coming through, draws in, and will break from post position number 9. Number 11, Corona coming through, runs, breaks from post number 9. 6 favorite Sandbag and the jockey L.D. Martinez. Danny Martinez on 6 favorite Sandbaggin. Exacta trifecta superfecta on the 10 cent quarter horse. Grand high 5, 6:25 post time. Wednesdays are for winning all season long here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for on-track players. Congratulations to the top three in today's Racing Rachel's Warriors. Steve Sharon picking up the $100 top prize. Bernie McGinnis with a silver. $75 prize for Bernie. And Mike Miller finishing third in today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors for the $25. Congratulations to Steve, this week's Racing Rachel's Warriors champion. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gus and Woodrow sharply away with Jackson's buddy. Conference calling up there on the far outside. And here's Amigo Meister now dashing away from the rail for Mitchell Morrill to take the lead from right there. Conference calling with in between horses as they go up the back of the track. That's Indy Lake with a yellow cap, and toward the inside Gus and Woodrow running in fourth as they enter the far turn. Jackson's buddy in fifth. Tis Irish with blinkers on is running in sixth and making progress. Then further back to Save My Town with Jay's Beach Bum running on the far outside, inside 3 furlongs to go. And pulled up was Indy Lake as they come toward the top of the stretch, following Jay's Beach Bum. Nearest the inside is Gimmel with 1945. Further back then to Taylor's Moonshine, along with Zip Lord, who's last of those left in the running. Again, Indy Lake was pulled up. These maidens have straightened away, and it is Conference calling for Joe Ramos, who's raced away to a 5-length lead past the 8th pole. Amigo Meister battling Save My Town with on the outside Tis Irish. Jackson's buddy between horses. Jay's Beach Bum is given away. 1945 with a late bid. Conference calling. Conference calling finishing on top by 3 from Save My Town. Amigo Meister holds third. Then 1945 with Tis Irish and Jackson's buddy was next across the field.
Wednesday card of the Horseshoe Indianapolis live racing card. We have a quarter horse race coming up, but before we talk about those horses, let's give a shout out to yesterday's winner, Booms Zoomin' Bayou. $18 winner, just absolutely flew from the outside post under trainer and jockey German Rodriguez. Ooh, full fields, big payouts, a true testament to the quality of the racing product here at Horseshoe Indy. So we do have a scratch of number 9, and that horse will be replaced by one of the also eligibles, the number 11, who will leave from gate number 9. That's traditional in quarter horse racing. All right, well, we've got a nice full field coming up for today's maiden, $17,000, 3, 4, and 5-year-old. These are open bred quarter horses. All right, my top choice is going to be number 5, Mercy Me Not, one of 2 horses trained by top conditioner Tim Eggleston. Now, he's already 50% in the money. This is a filly by Cholitos, made her debut last month at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. That's that Kentucky track that precedes our meet at Horseshoe Indy. Very formative in terms of your selections for these upcoming races. Now, she was bumped in the gate and finished 5th that in her March debut at Sandy Ridge. But I think with these top connections, she has every right to move forward. Cholitos, by the way, was a graded stakes champion in Texas and is producing some very nice runners. All right, next up, how about number 8? And that is Fry in the Sky for Chavez Racing LLC. Also to be ridden and trained by German Rodriguez. We'll see if lightning can strike again. This is a California bred filly, and I always take a look at the runners bred by Steve Burns, DVM. He was actually honored as AQHA champion trainer. So you're looking at open bred horses. I really like his stock. I love Bobby Cox from Texas as well. And we're talking about open. There's a lot of favorites I have in Indiana as well. But this filly hit the board in each of her 3 starts here last season. German Rodriguez, always a rider to watch for. And now with 2 training wins, one here and one at Sandy Ridge, he's a trainer to watch as well. All right, let's go next to number 2, John Wayne Jr. I can't go low. Unfortunately, I think John can. But this horse joins the barn of Jesse Vasquez after competing in Oklahoma and New Mexico last year. This is a gelded son of another one of my favorites, and that's Kiss My Hawks. Made his last start on August 19th at the Downs of Albuquerque in New Mexico. Now, of course, that's a long layoff, might need this race, but I always like to take a long look at the, obviously Kiss My Hawks, and then Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who rides for his wife. And then this horse did have a bullet work here on March 25th. That was 220 yards in 11.19 seconds. So that's another factor in the equation. All right, we're going to go next to number 10, Eos Bit Chen Babe. Last ran over a year ago, another extended layoff. That was at Remington Park and is going to make her 3-year-old debut for trainer Natasha Perez and her go-to rider, Diego Bocanegra. Now, she's a daughter of Flying Cowboy 123, and that's another horse that began his career and was a multiple Grade 1 winner in Texas, and now has a tremendous distinction of being honored by AQHA as champion 1st and 2nd crop stallion. Those Flying Cowboys can fly for sure. So that was a consideration. Even though this horse is a long shot, this filly coming back from a layoff, I'd give her a long look for sure. All right, so we've got 5, 8, 2, 10, but these 10-cent quarter horse pentafectas have been paying an outrageous amount of money, including yesterday's payoff of $2,751. As my friend Brian Aragoni likes to say, you could be walking out of here with a wheelchair of cash. I think he said something like that. It was kind of catchy. But anyway, you might want to play this ticket today. And if you are interested in a long shot, I might want to throw in the number 3, JD Valiant Luna, trained by Claudio Barazza, who was the conditioner of last year's Horse of the Meet, Mr. Michael. So take a look, have some fun with the wager, and we'll see you back in the paddock tomorrow.
The horses called postward now for the 9th and final. Closing the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. Fast track, slight headwind. Scratch 9, Jess Feisty. Scratch the 9. 11, Corona coming through, draws in and breaks from post position number 9. Number 11, Corona coming through, draws in. 6, Favorite Sandbag and a jockey change to L.D. Martinez. Denny Martinez on 6, Favorite Sandbaggin'. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, and getting closer to post time. Please note in this maiden dash over the 300 yards, Flying Cowgirl, no flipping halter. No rig for the 7, Flying Cowgirl, no flipping halter for the number 7. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Corona's coming through. Carano coming through has been joined by EOS Bitchin Babe. KLT High Dollar Honey has the rail draw. John Wayne B. JD Valiant Luna coming up to join. Corona coming through and EOS Bitchin Babe already loaded. JD Valiant Luna. Danny Martinez with favorite sandbagging. Coronado's Jesse D in the red. Mercy, I'm hot. Tim Eggleston going for a thoroughbred quarter horse double. To close out the card, Mercy, I'm hot. No flipping halter for Flying Cowgirl. So stand by. One more. German Rodriguez with Fire in the Sky. She's coming up. Thursday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. The finale here over the 300 yards. Fast track, last of the day. All in. And they're off. And toward the inside, John Wayne B with KLT High Dollar Honey. Here comes a charge by Coronado's Jesse D in the red sulks. On the outside is Corona coming through between horses Mercy I'm Hot. And on the outside, EOS Bitchin Babe. It's Coronado's Jesse D who takes the maiden narrowly from John Wayne B. And then EOS Bitchin Babe. Standing by for the full run order after the ninth race. The stewards have posted an inquiry into the running. Unofficial 4-2, 10-5-11 for Coronado's Jesse D. 42-1 first. Debut win. 2 John Wayne B. 3-1 was second. 10 EOS Bitchin Babe. 8-1 third. 5 Mercy I'm Hot, 7-1 fourth, and 11 Corona coming through, draws in and completes the quarter horse pentafecta. So the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards have posted the inquiry. Hold all bets until official. Once again, there is a steward's inquiry ongoing. 15.847 after the maiden dash, 300 yards. Fast track, 15.847 seconds. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 4 Coronado's Jesse D with Fernando Morin. 3-year-old Sorrel filly by Coronado Cartel. And a Lady Jessie D by Mr. Jess Perry. The winner was bred in Oklahoma by Reliance Ranches LLC. Guadalupe Aravalo training for Rosa Aravalos Racing Stables. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this first-time starter. Coronado's Jessie D was 42-1 at the off. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. After their lengthy deliberation, the stewards have now disqualified number 5, Mercy I'm Hot, from 4th and have placed her last for interference in the quarter horse maiden dash. Number 5, Mercy I'm Hot, has been disqualified from 4th, and she will be placed last. With the disqualification, number 11, Corona, coming through, has been placed 4th. Number 3, JD Valiant Luna, elevated to 5th for the quarter horse Pentafecta. 4, 2, 10, 11 placed 4th, 3 placed 5th, 15.847. Race 9 now official. 4-2 exacta paid $659 even. There'll be a quarter horse Pentafecta carryover to the finale tomorrow, race 9, of $2,860. That'll be a quarter horse Pentafecta to race 9, the finale here tomorrow. 50-cent trifecta, 4-2-10, $2,305.70. 16 and 4 late double, $196.40. 50-cent pick 3 on races 7, 8, and 9, and even $615. Note number 11, Corona, coming through, was placed 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 4, 2, 10, 11, paid $4,749.42. And the maiden, number 5, Mercy I'm Hot, was disqualified from 4th and placed last for interference in our final dash of the day. 15.847 seconds. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card will be tomorrow to wrap up the second week of the 2025 season here at the Shoe. And our Thursday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. And they're off. And toward the inside, John Wayne B. with KLT High Dollar Honey. Here comes a charge by Coronado's Jesse D. and the Red Sulks. On the outside is Corona coming through between horses Mercy I'm Hot. And on the outside, Eos Bitch and Babe. It's Coronado's Jesse D. who takes the maiden narrowly from John Blin.
Left at a post 9 there, sit close and behind the dueling leaders. Rose Renari was the odds